Sorry about that. I'm glad I caught my own cough. Greetings, everyone. CoinStamp180 here, and otherwise known as Swirling Vortex 09 on YouTube, and welcome back to another episode of Coin fixing stream issues. I'm joking. Welcome back to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Last time, we defeated Godric. We finished Stormvale Castle as much as we could do for it. There really isn't anything left. And if there is, it's stuff like stones or farmable enemy drops or something else along those lines. Today we have a little bit of bookkeeping to do before heading into Liurnia, the land of sorceries and magic, and of Rea Lucaria, the Academy, of which we'll learn more about today. But, yeah, we have a little teeny tiny bit of business in, Limgrave to take care of before we do that. Without further ado, let's just simply get started. How's everyone doing today? I'm gonna be moving my mic around a little bit more so that, I don't have to, how do I put it? How do I put this? So that the mic captures me properly, one, and two, most importantly, I don't bump into it when I'm playing the game or turning around to view you guys. I do have a prediction up on the, up on the screen. You use channel points to bet on the prediction. And the prediction is, how much of Liurnia will we get done today? Because Liurnia is a big place. It's divided into 3 areas. We'll know this because the map fragment that we are going to receive in the beginning is not even going to... It's not even going to reveal the entirety of Liurnia. Liurnia is going to be the first place that has multiple map fragments for it. Before... Well, that's not true. That's not true. Limgrave has 2 fragments if you technically think about it. But a lot of people don't. They kind of separate Western Limgrave from Eastern Limgrave, but it is technically the same place. You do have 2 fragments for it. But Liurnia is like the first time you're really made aware of it. They're like, "Aw, sweet. We got a map for the Weeping Peninsula, and that was 1 fragment." How much worse could it... How many map fragments do we possibly need? You'll find out. But 2 bits of business that we have to take care of are making sure that we talk to Roger so that we can complete his quest line, and there's a boss on the way over to Liurnia. Not through Stormvale Castle. We beat that one. There's a mini boss and a character we haven't met yet. Like, we've met Enya, but we have not met others like her before. We're gonna fix that today.
Always good to see son.
Okay. So, if getting my feces coagulated, we need to find this place on the map. Turns out, this spot on the map, along with the tower, is most definitely not here. I believe that's also in Liurnia. I'm gonna double check just to be sure. I'm gonna unveil a command. We're gonna type an exclamation mark. Oh, before I forget, I wanted to thank anyone who followed while we were offline. Really appreciate that. I tend not to look at those notices. I do have an activity feed that shows me this. But, if you follow when I'm offline, I can't say thank you for it, etc., etc. And that might be fine. But I wanted to thank people nonetheless, without calling out their name, without drawing undue attention. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. Actually, this might not be a command. This might be... Let me look at stream, elements real quick. Wrong page. It's on a timer. ERN, maybe? I'll navigate to it manually rather than trying to thumb out exactly which command that is. Let's see, Elden Ring, black knife print. Gotta know how to Google, people. It's important. Black knife. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay, never mind. That piece of business we probably aren't gonna get to for a while. Wild, right? So I guess the one piece of business we really have to complete is going over to this. Now, we can see it on the map. We know it's there. It's the finger reader crone. However, oh, I know the other bit of business we have to do. It's the painting. We have a painting. Let me find it. Yeah, it's the prophecy painting. That's right. I did have a use for this. Okay. Go to the map. I have a map for this. Type in. And the reward is the ashes here. Okay. That bit of business is actually at the Weeping Peninsula. I'd rather this is a Let's Play. I'd rather make sure I get it correct more than anything else. Because this goes up on VOD later, and I can't take back once I've said something that's wrong. I mean, I could correct it, but it's hard to take back the impression once you've made it, you know? I'm supposed to kick us off while we're sort of waiting on the prediction. I want to know, like, thoughts independent of that, but still related to the prediction. Like, how many people think Liurnia is going to be like a medium-sized place? Because it ain't small. Small would be Weeping Peninsula size. And we still went quite a few places at the Weeping Peninsula. No. My choices are between a medium-sized place or a large-sized place. Medium being like Limgrave. Large is like Liurnia or Caelid. I suppose I gave the answer right there, didn't I? Oops. Yeah, Liurnia is a large place. It really is. It's divided into three succinctly unique areas, and not one of them shares that much likeness with the other. Yes, the landscape is similar, but it's not the same. You know, you do have... Ah, yes, here we are. And our reward for dealing with the prophecy painting is the Warhawk Ashes. It's not a great spirit ash. It is interesting. Like, it can evade a lot of attacks. Because as you can see, we're getting the one with, the one that can breathe. The one that can breathe fire. We're getting that one. So it does have quite a few advantages to it, but I can't imagine that it is particularly useful. Given that a lot of things are resistant to fire, just in general. Oh, right. My memory is going, folks. It really is. We have the Divine Tower of Limgrave to deal with. Let's head over there now. Okay. Because I would like to stop losing souls on, or runes on kill, I'm gonna change this fortune. Fortune of the Warlock's great, but we don't know what we're running into yet. we don't. So, Fortune of the Wizard would be way more useful. Absolutely more useful. What are we gonna put here? Oh, I know. I mean, the choice is fairly straightforward. We just have to keep going. And keep going with it. And then all the... We're gonna put in crystal stuff, one bit of crystal, because crystal burst isn't very good. Oracle bubbles is okay. It's fine on weak enemies. It's bad on bosses. And then we have not played around with Rancor Call yet. So that's what we're gonna fix today is Rancor Call. Now, this lovely little seal is gonna get replaced by Glintstone Staff. As we make our way where we're supposed to be. I think we've been through here one time before. I showed that off. I grabbed some items. It's really... Once you get the hang of the two halberd giants, the rest is easy. You just have to watch the timing on where you're going and when you're going. You know, don't try to... Don't forget to keep an eye on that archer back there. The one past that pillar in the distance. If you don't keep your eye on it, you're gonna lose it. I thought I heard, like, some kind of noise. Oh, right. Yeah, see, perfect reason why you need to do that. Yeah, and these guys have deceptive reach. Don't ignore them. Got to be really careful about this. That archer's doing work for us. And that's kind of the thing about using the environment to your advantage. Because you want to try to make the environment work for you. If you're busy trying to work against the environment, you're not going to last very long. Alright, let's try Rancor Call. I believe this is cold damage. Oh, it reached. Okay. And Rancor Call does build up Frostbite on self, so you do have to be very careful. I wish it built up Death Blight, seeing as how it is a Death School sorcery, but I get it. Death Blight should kind of be a limited, a limited status effect that a player gets to inflict. If you were able to just casually go about inflicting the status, it would be rather pointless. It wouldn't be rare. Same thing with Sleep. Although, you know, Deathblight at least has something going for it. Sorceries. And incantations. There are 2 late-game incantations that will, you know, inflict Deathblight on your enemies. Sleep. You've got an affinity that you put on a weapon. You have specific weapons with specific or weapon arts that you can use. Specific skills you can use. Then you have the sleep pots, and you have soporific arrows. If you do not have any one of those things, you're going to have if you're not willing to use any one of those things, you're gonna have a hard time inflicting sleep. It's gonna be something you deal with. I would love it if there were like a sleeping mist spell. That seems perfect. Or there is a candle that inflicts sleep. I won't spoil the name, but it does have purple flames on it. You can blowtorch with it, and it has purple flames, which means sleep is lightly associated with fire, with warmth. So you could have a school of fire or a specific school of incantations that deal with sleep, and that would be perfectly fine. Acceptable flavor, or make some sort of alchemy. Well, we have the sleep pots, never mind. But sleep pots only go so far. I don't know, I just feel like it's such a clean oversight by FromSoft, and I know that there's gonna be DLC. There are gonna be people saying, wait, there's gonna be DLC. You're telling me that I have to wait for a sleep spell? That we never get to know more about Saint Trina? Or another name, but I will use Saint Trina out of respect? I mean, for goodness sake, we have Fever's Cookbook. Fever's Cookbook is about a missionary or a adherent of Saint Trina who is dedicated to trying to find them. And some of the stuff you get from dealing with Saint Trina is directly tied to Fever's expertise. If Fever didn't write cookbooks, you wouldn't have the sleep pots. You wouldn't have soporific items. We'd be lucky if we got sleep at all. It's just such a weird... It's a weird status, because there's just so little of it going around. That is... The soporifics being what they are is a reason why I am keeping my eye on Convergence. Convergence is another mod, and this will probably be the only time I drop the name and mention more about it. If you guys remember or know about Dark Souls 3, The Convergence, there's a team of about 7 modders, led by a streamer named Couch Jockey. And Couch Jockey and his group of people are responsible for making that and for editing the changes. I happen to know one of the programmers behind this back when he was first getting his start, but needless to say, this is kind of, I don't know, I guess you could say Couch Jockey championed the whole thing, or is the spokesperson for Convergence now. Like, you do have the other modders, the other people of the team who talk about it, but their FaceTime and or voice time is far, far more limited. The one I see talking about it all the time is Couch Jockey. You can find his streams on Twitch. He's a great guy. He's a relatively chill person, but if you also like lewd streams, he might be just the content creator for you. And Convergence has a reputation for being packed and laden with spells. Lots of them. In Dark Souls 3, The Convergence, we got access to Druidism, which were I think it was part of the Pyromancy school? Yeah, I'm fairly sure it was Pyromancy. It could also be Miracles. I used to play The Convergence. I should know these things, but I don't. Or I don't remember. Needless to say, you have all. There were 4 total schools of magic that were added. Here, it's more of a light touch, but needless to say, I'm hoping they do something more with soporifics. Not that I want to push Kernifer to change the design space on soporifics or anything. I want Kernifer to employ their vision at their own pace. You know, with the freedom and latitude to pose suggestions that they're free to ignore. But, yeah, I am keeping an eye on it because sleep is such an undervalued status. And it is a great one in Elden Ring Reforged. In Elden Ring Reforged, when you put an enemy to sleep, it puts a status effect on them called drowsy. You can't really see this. But what drowsy does is it's an AI script. So if a enemy is flagged to recognize drowsy, they will have AI changes. They might stop being aggressive, or they won't completely stop with their attacks, but they will slow down. They might not dodge spells anymore. In other words, their AI gets worse. Which is fantastic. That's an excellent way to tone up sleep and make it more useful. Most people are probably familiar with the Godskin Apostles, or the Nobles. They can be put to sleep. There are clips of it all over the web. I'm not going to pretend that those don't exist, or that, you know, you can't go freely spoil yourselves. I want to try and talk about this. But normally, when you put a Godskin Apostle to sleep, they'll stay asleep for a while. I think around 25 seconds is how long it lasts in vanilla, until you wake them up or you riposte them or backstab them, something. And then that's the end of it. The sleep status basically lets you create an opening. At the low cost of having to build up sleep, which the Godskin Apostles become more resistant to as you keep, like, enemies in general. Like, this is just an Elden Ring thing. In Elden Ring, enemies become more resistant the more sleep you inflict on them, or any other status. It becomes harder to bleed out other bosses, it becomes harder to poison them, etc., etc., etc. With sleep adding this drowsy effect on top of that, yes, you know, there's an extra status now, but also, that extra status is a game changer. And we have ways to lower their resistance through poison if they're susceptible to it. In Elden Ring Reforged, which is fantastic. You're not going to see drowsy anywhere else. You might see a, let's call it a platinum copy of drowsy somewhere else, because inevitably a mod creator will either rip off the work that Kernifer has done, or, you know, whatever they end up implementing is just going to be so close to drowsy that it might as well be drowsy. Just with a different name, different duration, and perhaps different effects. And maybe even the code is different. But otherwise, this exact version of drowsy, we're not going to find it anywhere else but here. If you want status effects that are flavorful, sometimes harsh, death blight, or, you know, generally fair stats that do something different, such as blood loss or scarlet rot, this is the mod for you. If you're a big status junkie like me, although there is a reason why I'm getting off of Warlock Fortune right now. If you're a big status junkie like me, you'll really enjoy the depths of the status effects in this game. And Kernifer is a great mod author, super responsive. I mean, he doesn't, I say he, I don't know. They don't always respond to everything, but they do make a good habit of being attentive. I like that in a content creator or a mod author. I love that. When they pay attention to detail and um they're willing to have their own vision and also have that vision be sculpted by community suggestion that they help tweak and hammer to their own liking. You have the recipe for a great mod author. I have no doubt. Kernifer, if Kernifer were to drop this mod today and go work on something else, that they would be able to accomplish it at the snap of a finger. They're that proficient. The only thing Kernifer has any kind of outside work done for is graphics or sound effects and stuff. And even then, only a very slight number of sound effects. Kernifer does most of this themselves, which is just great. Now, I have to break from, praising our Lord and Savior Kernifer. I'm joking here. To talk about what just happened. So, what we did is we had an inactivated Great Rune in our inventory, the one we got from Godric, right? Well, you can't just use the inactivated form. You have to go to a Divine Tower and reclaim the activated form of the Great Rune, which we just did. Great Runes generally apply some sort of passive bonus. With the Great Rune menu, you can equip Great Runes that have had their power restored. You can use a Rune Arc to give even greater benefits to your equipped runes. So let's take a look at our runes. Godric's Great Rune raises all attributes. This Great Rune is known as the Anchor Ring, found in the center of the Elden Ring. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. Now we need to make a note of what our stats are right now, so that I can show off what this does. So we have 15, 18, 18, 10, 11, 23, 23, and 22 in that order. If we equip this Great Rune, we should get something out of it. Now let's look at our stats. Okay, nothing, right? Which is fine. Sometimes Great Runes have a passive effect, sometimes they don't. Whenever it is the case that we have a Great Rune that we need to use or activate, we use a Rune Arc. Let's read about this. The Shard of the Shattered Elden Ring grants the blessing of an equipped Great Rune on use. Even if no Great Rune is equipped, it will slightly increase maximum HP on use, acting like the familiar Ember item from Dark Souls 3. The lower arc of the Elden Ring is held to be the basin in which its blessings pool. Perhaps this shard originates from that very arc. Let's use it. Let's see what happens. 18, 21, 21, 12, 13, 25, 25, 23. So normally I think it's like a +5 to every stat. Kernifer has specifically nerfed Godric's Great Rune, or the sorry, let me do that. Let me say that again more accurately. Godric's Great Rune. I had it right the first time. It's like +2 or +3 in all stats, I think. Yeah, it's +3 in some and +2 in others, which makes perfect sense. I think +3s are in, like, defensive stats, and +2s are in offensive stats. Alright, so we have completed that lovely little task. What do we have next, you might ask? Well, the only thing left to do, really, is to go talk to that, finger reader. Additionally, today's prediction is going to be lasting the whole stream. Can't really manage any more inputs for it, but I am going to leave it up just to kind of have people think about it, at least for a little while longer. I don't know if you can change the, I think you can only change your answer to a prediction if you know, it's still active. But it's no longer active, so I'm not sure about that. Also, why am I don't know why. I'm looking to the mic in order to talk to it, like I'm talking to you guys. That's just a general speech training thing, I guess. How many of you have had a speech class before? I think I'm raising my hand. Yeah. I actually had to have a speech class. I actually couldn't speak till I was about 3. I don't know if people knew that. Yeah, I'm not a neurotypical person, and because I am not a neurotypical person, you know, in my case, what happened to me is that it became a rather difficult endeavor to speak. I was speaking gibberish when I was a baby. Yeah, that's right. Look at that. Awesome. You think you guys are so smart, and then you leave your backs wide open for an ambush shard. Also, we probably don't want to be... Oh, I guess we can head this way. It doesn't really matter. We can drop down to the bridge to talk to the Finger Crone. Finger Crone. Yes, the Finger Reader Crone. I'm going to be misspeaking a lot today, and I do apologize about that. I think this is cup number... Yeah, this is cup number 2 on coffee. I normally don't drink more than a cup at a time, but today I just kind of felt like it. I hope I don't regret it. Very much could, though. Gotta be willing to pay the piper on active risks you take against your personal health. It's just the considerate thing to do, I guess. Lovely start to today's stream. How is everyone doing? Outside of, like, you know, being a little late, and I do apologize for that. I'm responsible for dinner tonight. So, because I'm responsible for dinner at the table, I went with something I could throw in a crock pot, which I might have to take an early break to go take care of. But, yeah, I'm making a vegetable medley soup in a crock pot with beef stock to give that hint of meaty flavor without ever so much as a morsel of meat. Not trying to make people vegetarian or anything, just, you know, we don't really have usable meat for the purposes of a soup today. We just don't. So, the way I think, is that a Knight's Cavalry on foot?
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, bless you. Head to the foundation of gold tarnished. Traverse Rhea Lucaria, glintstone eventide, and reunite the half-crescents at the grand lift. Oh, but the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed. Only, why should that matter? Stormvale Castle still stands tall.
Yeah, so the Finger Reader Crones, let's talk about them for a second. Just for a second, I'm keeping an eye on this guy back here. So, you're lost and you don't know what to do. You seem to have forgotten what your goal is. Elden Ring does not have a quest log system. No journal logs of any kind. You have to remember what you're doing. Well, luckily there's a failsafe for this. If you were last parked in, I don't know, let's say you're last parked here, and you know that the Finger Reader Crones offer advice. That's their job. You can talk to them, and they'll either give you a bit of story or a bit of lore about the area you're in. or tell you about where it is you need to go. So this one, if you meet it before going to the castle, she's gonna say go to the source of, or go to the, let's see, the Foundation of Gold. Go to the Foundation of Gold, which is gonna be that castle. And she's probably really telling you to go to the capital more than anything, but to do that, you gotta go through here, which, what was inside the battle arena? Apart from like a dragon husk? That's right, golden flowers. Godric had golden flowers in his courtyard. Like, that's a thing with the Scions of Gold, is that not only do they tend to have gold somewhere on them, but most of their decorations are that kind of color, or they're paired with that color. The finger reader crone will tell you, hey, you should go here. And then, you know, figure it out from there. You should know what you're doing after that point. Now, of course, in my case, this piece of advice doesn't help whatsoever. Well, not whatsoever, but it's like, she's telling me to go someplace I've already been, right? That's not the most useful. But luckily, there is, or should be, in Weeping Peninsula, you don't have one. Not that I can see, but you definitely have finger reader crones in various other locations. I know there are some in Liurnia. There are multiple in Liurnia. There's at least one or two hiding out in Caelid, and you gotta go find them. Usually the finger reader crones are on the highway. They're on a road or bridge or something. They're there to deliberately be in your face and be like, hey, talk to me, so that you know what you're doing. Yeah, they are a help system. They are a vague help system, but they are a help system. Because they're all going to point you to one place. Lanedell. With the exception of maybe the ones in secret areas, or in the underground, or if there are any that are past a specific point in the game, they might not tell you where you're supposed to be. I want to... That chime, that little, fanfare that just played makes me think that this is a Knight's Cavalry. One that's on foot. Fallen Cavalry. Oh, so this is what happens when they're on foot. That's actually really cool. You're not going to find this in Elden Ring, folks. You can only get it in Elden Ring Reforged. Now, we have the additional task of keeping it away from the finger reader here. But that shouldn't be too hard to do. Now, I want to say the Fallen Cavalry has weaknesses that are on the chart, but we just kind of bumped into him. I didn't even know he was going to be here. I figured it might have been some other boss. Oh yeah, not fun. Just gonna let you do this routine. Okay, now we gotta start kiting back. That would have been... Oh, I had a little more to go. Game, don't do that. Not good. I think you're frostbitten? Yeah, you are. Ah, that's why it was doing that. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, that wasn't so hard. And Raker calls a nice spell. I was actually not expecting... It took a long time for it to get halfway on us. Although our reward isn't very good. Well, that's not true. It's a mini-boss that's obscure and hard to find. It's a fine bit of reward. It's just not one that you expect. And our real reward for coming through here is a cookbook. What does our lovely little cookbook contain, you might ask? It's the Nomadic Cookbook 7, Soft Cotton Staunching Boluses and Rainbow Stone Arrows. Ah yes, the Rainbow Stone Arrow. We will be doing a little bit of archery, so I suppose it will be worth it to talk about them. Along with the Stormwing Bone Arrow. Rainbow Stone Arrow. Arrow whittled from animal bones. I think there's also... Oh, I guess there aren't bolts for this. Animal bones tipped with the chips of rainbow stones. Colored light shines at the point of impact. Craftable. Now, we can do ourselves the lovely favor of typing in ERW, I think is the link. No, it's not. What a... Haha, what a fool. Okay, it's probably ERN. Nope, also wrong. No, it's ERRW. I suppose that is one downside of making them all the same, or all kind of samey, is that you don't know. If you forget and you're trying not to, you know, thumb through something particular, you're gonna have a rough time at it. Let's find our bows, arrows, and bolts. Rainbow Stone Arrows. These did exist in the base game, but they were kind of weak arrows. They deal strike instead of pierce. They have projectile tracking on them. They deal additional poise damage. And they deal they deal a tiny amount of additional poise damage. And a bit of additional damage. We can carry 40 of them, and we can actually target our allies with the Rainbow Stones. So what the Rainbow Stone arrows do is allow that target to gain increased targeting priority, and the effects stack based on the number of arrows fired. So let's say you're playing seamless co-op, right? And you're like, you have a tank, and you want someone to sincerely focus that tank for targeting. Well, you can shoot them up with about 5 of those arrows, and unless that tank just doesn't attack something, they are going to be able to take aggro for you. It's great. This is what I mean, it's innovative. Before they just made noises, they looked pretty to shoot, and were kind of a meme. I think they might have done something else in vanilla ER, but I have honestly forgotten since playing this mod. Not much more to say than that. Now, we have 2 ways we can go to Liurnia. I recommend not going across this bridge path the first time. We're going to go back across and make our way over there, but we're going to go to the Godric the Grafted rest site. And go this way, the way you're intended to go. I don't think you have to worry about items here. This place does become important later, so don't ignore it. But, as we can see, there's nothing going on here. You can't drop down. There's nothing, there are no hidden goodies to find here. So, and we'll check the other side, just to be thorough, but I'm fairly sure we're gonna find the same thing. Nothing to be thorough about. Yeah, look, just signs of Godric, or signs of other armies battering down the walls and crumbling them, and not crumbling, but tearing them apart. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Let's go ahead and open this door. And what do you know? We can't fire our spells in here. We can roll, we can jump, we can heal, but we can't do anything else. I wonder why. I believe the left is a dead end. No, it is not. Let's see if the right is a dead end. Because I know one of these is supposed to be a dead end. Yes, here it is. This might become important later. I'm fairly sure an NPC is supposed to be in here eventually. I can't remember who that is. But that's probably for the best, seeing as how I don't want to spoil what's going on. Let's make our way through here where we can suddenly attack again. Great. I wonder why. Maybe because only the top part has NPCs that you aren't supposed to attack. Great, fantastic. Let's just make sure there's nothing funny going on. I don't think there are any illusory walls while we're here. Nope. And no. But you can never be too sure. You can never be too sure. Especially since the vanilla game does in fact have these walls. They are in very specific places this time. They're not everywhere. Thank God they're not everywhere. But they're in enough places that you kind of have to be on the lookout. So, let's see what this NPC is. Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please take my grapes. My grapes. Okay. Weird. Why are you clasping your eyes like that? That's clearly what the palms are covering, is like part of the face, right? And if you angle your camera right, you can see they're covering up the eyes. So, are grapes one of those, you know, are they actually eyeballs? Is that what they mean? Oh, well, I guess we're gonna get our answer, aren't we? So, the Shabriri Grape. Yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. Yep. You know, I thought it might have been alluding to eyeballs, but I forget. This game is disturbing. We have George R.R. Martin's handiwork on this. George R.R. Martin does not write happy My Little Pony stories. He writes fricking Elden Ring. And Elden Ring is an unhappy place where no one gets a happy ending, everyone dies, or things are happy for a time and then people lose it. Yeah, it's suffering incarnate. A yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. The surface is shriveled, and the inside is squishy, not unlike a large, overly ripe grape. Yay. Oh, it even peels like one, too. Give to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. Okay, we'll need to keep in mind a blind maiden who can't see. Wow, what a sentence. We need to keep in mind a blind maiden who is probably blindfolded, because we already met a maiden who was also blindfolded. Her name was Irina. She died. Yeah, we're probably going to meet another one, aren't we? Would make sense, right? Let's go ahead and store these for now. Well, well, well. We didn't have to go very far to find out, did we? Look. She's blind. She's got a blindfold on her. This is probably the maiden in question.
Hello? Is someone there? My name is Hayata, and I'm journeying in search of the distant light. If I might be so bold as to ask, would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? My eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. I can't tell which way I'm supposed to go next, but when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty as a finger maiden.
Well, troubling name for that profession aside, sure, let's give you an eyeball.
Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
I'm just gonna draw the connection right now. Actually, I'm gonna wait to see what the second one says. They may actually allude to it
You are
more.
most kind. May the blessing of the...
Yeah, I'm not gonna draw that connection quite yet. That's a bit too spoilery. But, let's just say we're not sure what she does with those eyeballs yet, but we're fairly sure that this is the maiden we're supposed to give them to. FromSoft does like to give you multiple NPCs that do require the same object, so you kind of have a choice to make. But this is not one of those cases. You only give them to her. You do not give them to anyone else. You don't have to worry about that. I think those cases do present themselves in Elden Ring, though. Just not sure exactly when that is supposed to be. I think that happens in... Yeah, in fact, this is the place where that happens. You're gonna meet a quest giver later, who is a very nasty man, and that very nasty man has an item that you can give to 3 people. Not gonna mention who they are, because that's spoilery, but those 3 people, there's a different outcome for each one. Yeah, that's about as much as I'm gonna say about that. Well, let's go chill out some dogs, shall we? Oh, of course. Of course. And since I know that one's the last one in the pack, we can drink. Really? Okay. Gonna do this then? Fine. I could just club you over the head with a staff, man. I can totally do that. Yeah, they're kind of guarding their way to our slow descent back to, Limgrave. I mentioned that there were 2 entrances to Limgrave that players are typically aware of. The one through the castle's the intended one you're supposed to use, and you have this one. This one's the lesser known of the 2 entrances. Like, eventually players will use them about the same amount, but definitely for first-time players, you don't really know about this. You have to go looking around for it. You kind of have to be on the lookout. FromSoft has decided to put a bunch of enemies here to ambush you. So you can lose yourself in these large, sweeping cliff sides with many, many, many places to get ambushed from. I believe wolves aren't the only thing we're gonna find here. Look, if you animals are just gonna sit there and let me, regenerate FP by killing you, that's your fault, not mine. Some of them are smart enough to run. And usually where there's a gathering of animals, there's also a gathering of something more severe waiting in the wings for you. Ha! Wings, eagles, funny, haha. No, Coin is not a jokester. Coin is not a funny person. He can be, but usually it's because of something he does rather than something he says. I don't usually tell things to make people laugh. I usually do something stupid instead. And usually it's something I don't intend to make people laugh with, but it just ends up happening that way. It's really weird. I laugh when I don't. I make people laugh when I don't. I don't know, I guess when I'm earnest, I'm genuine. Not that I'm not trying to be disingenuous when I tell jokes or something, but, you know, some people just have a gift of gab and others don't. I don't. I have, or I should say, my gift of gab is different. It's not meant to make people laugh. It's not meant to make people cry. My gift of gab usually either brings people together or it separates them. Sure, I'll push you down off that cliff. There we go. Hopefully I sound better than I did yesterday. Like, yeah, we had 2 people test that out on air, but, you know, a real whole VOD is really what's going to determine the difference in that. A whole VOD is really about the only way we're gonna know for sure if, you know, it's consistent, if the improvement is consistent, and if not, I have to quickly find the hole and plug it so that it is consistent. Alright. So we now can't really... I don't think we can go back that way. Actually, yes, we can. I take that back. We can, in fact, go back that way. If we had tried to come here through the bridge and wanted to go through the castle, we would have needed to, fast travel to do that. Thank goodness we don't have to do that. Now we get to explore Liurnia properly, and we should probably actually go back to do this. Also, for those who maybe aren't exactly aware, this is a different view of me that you're getting compared to normal today. It's probably going to be like this for 6 months, at least. I have a bed behind me, like, back that way. I don't want people to see that. I have an air mattress behind me, let me put it that way. I don't always make my bed. I don't typically pile things on my bed, but I tend not to make it either. And I don't want people to see the unkempt mess. So I've tilted the camera. My apologies. I'll be able to point it back here, up there, eventually. But it's gotta stay like this until I have my actual bedroom back. Which won't be for a while. Can't be helped.
Good to see you, Master.
Oh,
You
Bach.
remember me? Bok, the demi-human. You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle. Please, Master, allow me to serve you as your seamster. I can't make nothing from scratch, but I'm happy to make adjustments to your garments.
Sure. We could totally use a seamster. And of course, I'll show this off. Oh, right, the altered actually adds a hood. Good, good. Yeah, alterations usually remove or add something very simple. In this case, the alterations remove the cape. Look. Cape? No cape. Aristocrat scar has a cape. Headband. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the... No headdress. Headdress? No headdress. Typically, it's supposed to be aesthetic. There are minor stat drops if you remove an alteration from the piece of clothing. So if you remove the cloth, you might... If you use the altered headband rather than, having the hood on it, the headband might have 1 fewer poise, or it might have half a point's worth of resistances or defenses in any particular direction. It might even have sometimes up to 2 or even 3 points of difference, depending on whether it's a defense or resistance. Most of the time, it's somewhere between half a point and 1.5 points baseline, and that really hasn't changed, if at all, between Elden Ring Reforged and the base game. That would require a change in graphical detail that would be difficult for Carnifer to deal with or do right now. They would need another permanent member that is specifically focused to visual alterations. And they wouldn't always be useful. Having someone who does visuals might make spells more likely to exist rather than anything else. What are you not telling me?
Master, I was wondering, do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself? I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible, please. I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all.
I can't blame you. You want a job. That's fine. Everyone needs one.
Please do be safe on your journeys.
I will, Bach. Thank you for your well-wishing. Now, we don't want to be at night right now. Why? Because I want to be able to point out the nighttime boss locations before we do them. Also, the second or third set of nighttime bosses gets a little harder. Just a little harder to actually kind of sort out. In terms of defenses or poise. Like, for example, I think the Knight's Cavalry that's here is a really insidious form. The ones later on do get worse, but the one I remember most, infamously is the one in Liurnia. It's the one that gave me the most trouble. It was also the first place I actually found the Knight's Cavalry, because I didn't really go back and run through Limgrave at night during my first playthrough of Elden Ring until I was already about to where the Altus Plateau is. That's kind of over here-ish. And I'm putting the name drop out there now because Sir Gideon Ofnir has actually already name-dropped it for us. I just didn't point out precisely when that was. But if you, well, actually, when we're discussing, like, Morgoth, the Omen King, I think that's in the first list of shard bearers he gives you. Gives you to go hunt. Yeah. He tells you all about Altus Plateau. Kind of. And more specifically about Lanedell itself. But, oh boy, Lanedell is a whole can of worms that I'm not ready to handle quite yet. I'll have to figure out what to do about that. So, I see that the capture card is struggling a little bit. First, we're going to pick up this. A Sacred Tear. Then, we're going to go talk to this lovely, lovely good sir. What's your name?
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then, perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied Glintstone Sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
You know, I usually don't allow snake oil salesmen to sell to me because I know they're, they tend to sell swill, but you know what? 10 runes is super cheap. I'm more than happy to make that donation to you. Enjoy.
Bless you, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Topes.
Topes. Topes Barrier.
I can teach you sorceries, as promised. Only, none of them are particularly great.
Why would you ask me for 10 runes and then tell me the stuff you're selling is terrible? I think you have self-esteem issues, bud. Or, you know, it could actually be terrible. So, this is the newest spell we'll have access to. We might as well buy it. It's called Starlight. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Rea Lucaria creates a small floating star that illuminates surroundings and can be cast while in motion. Granted to sorcerers who depart from the Academy to embark on their journeys. Even during the blackest nights, sojourns underground, or imprisonments in jail, that's how you say it, the stars are never far from a sorcerer's side. So, this is kind of deceiving on first glance. What we're going to do is go back to the wiki, go back to the changelog, and we're going to find the spell, because Starlight, I believe, does do something else now. Yes. So, Starlight raises Focus. Focus is the defensive stat that helps you against sleep and madness. This doesn't seem too great, as we really don't have any madness-inducing sorceries. And to cast Starlight, as things currently stand, without a different fortune, would be very expensive. This really kind of blows right now. But it will get better later. Also, if we ever get any sleep incantations and we have a specific fortune in mind, it may actually get better. Let's buy this.
Apologies, friend. I'm afraid my meager sorceries are no match for your generosity. Oh, right. I can tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit.
Hopefully your
To the north,
information is better.
That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
Well, well, well. Tell us more about the glintstone key. Turns out 10 runes for information is really cheap.
Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the Academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery, but still, my place is at the Academy.
Sure. You know, if we see a key, we'll keep an eye out for it. Why not?
You've taken an apprenticeship with Selen. Well, that is something. Selen was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Selen was expelled from the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selen would never do such things.
Or maybe you're disillusioned about the whole thing, or you don't know the real story. Well, you know, when an NPC has purchasables, there's only one thing to do. Buy them. Buy them all. Buy them right now. And I think it was, what, 25, or 1,500 and 1,000? 1,500 and 1,000. These are duplicates, they do nothing for us, but usually NPCs have dialogue when you buy things. We're gonna see if Topes has something else for us. And sure enough, he does. Always keep spare runes, ladies and gentlemen. You never know when you're gonna need them.
Thank you, kind soul, for learning my paltry sorceries. I never imagined that a bluntstone like myself would have the chance to play teacher.
You're very welcome, Topes. Enjoy. Let's see. For context, he asked us for 10, right? He asked us for 10. Let's do a little math. And by that I mean crack out a calculator, so we're not working with too many digits at once. So, he asked for 10 sorcery, or 10 runes, right?
Of course.
You don't have anything else. So, he asked us for 10 runes. However, if we add everything up together, we got 2,500, 1,500, and 1,000. 5,000 divided by 10. We have paid this man 500 more times in runes than he asked for. The sorceries are underwhelming. They're I don't know why I'm looking over here. Gotta stop that. They're very underwhelming. Extremely underwhelming. However, what he did do for us is tell us how the lay of the land works and what our goal is. That's ultimately Tope's biggest selling point, is he tells you what you need to do. And, you know, reward him for telling you the information, which, granted, you might have come across it by yourself. However, having someone who will generally point you in the right direction in exchange for 10 runes, that's stupid cheap. Most people who ask for information in FromSoft titles are stupid expensive. Like a couple thousand souls, or sometimes like 5,000 runes, something like that. 10 runes is cheap. Well, might as well take that glowing rate and go and, you know, make out with our profit, our bargain, our almost 5-finger discount for information. Had we actually threatened him, I might have felt worse about taking that deal, but we did not do this, alas. That's not how it works in Elden Ring. You can't really threaten people. Like, unless it's specific NPCs, and that interaction has to be scripted. So in Liurnia, I guess I'm not doing you guys a real good job of showing you just how majestic this place is. Liurnia is like one of my favorite places. Altus Plateau is like a close second. Out of everything I've played so far. Look at this. The view is gorgeous. We have the Erd Tree over there. We've got the Divine Tower, or a Divine Tower, that we can clearly see attached to something else. We have a castle or a manor off in the distance. We have we have like a cathedral. Not here, but there. We have another cathedral we can see over here. And over there itself is the academy. That's what's in the distance. This place is huge. And we have a lot more of it we can only kind of see if we're close enough to the mist. Fantastic. Yeah, we're going to be sinking our teeth into Liurnia for a long, long time. Many episodes of this. Many episodes of Elden Ring Reforged will be dedicated to Liurnia, because Liurnia is a big place. I do wish that spread were a little narrower, but beggars can't be choosers. Maybe we'll get a better crystal barrage that will be narrower in scope. And there are many, many graveyards in Liurnia. Get used to seeing these graveyards a lot. They're everywhere. Oh boy. Yeah, there's also a lot more Oh god, there are just a lot more enemies in general that are here. Liurnia is a much more dangerous place, let's say. It's a very dangerous place. And the environments in Liurnia are also a lot more varied. We're gonna find a lot of... like, obviously there's a common motif, right? We have, you know, we have the cathedrals, we have the churches off in the distance, we have all these towers, we have the Divine Tower there, we got the pathway toward Altus Plateau, approximately in that direction. You know, we could see a lot of the landscape before us. But buried deep within Liurnia, as well as what's underneath it, underground, we're gonna find a lot of... We're gonna find a lot of different microcosms, I guess is what I'm trying to say. A lot of snapshots that, when we add them all together, will finally tell us the real story about Liurnia, a land of mists, a land of sorcerers, of magic, of a union between things that were once meant to be together. And since there are churches and cathedrals, yes, there will also be a story of faith tested and maybe even betrayal somewhere in there. Liurnia is a very history-rich place. It really kind of ties half of the story together. If there are two regions you really, really need to understand in how they interplay with each other, it's the Altus Plateau and it's Liurnia. All the places have their important history, but the Altus Plateau and Liurnia have some of the most intertied pieces of lore I've seen since playing the game. Period. Like, Reforged or otherwise. And there are a lot of rocks. There are a lot of hidden places that you can kind of lose track of items or, you know, miss items. So Liurnia is probably one of those places that more than any other, you will need a map. So we avoid getting lost. So that we can actually get all the items. Liurnia is a very dense place. Ow, that hurts. They are a skeleton, so I'm not gonna bother with, I am not going to bother trying to chill them out. That's not really gonna work. And that is I told you, Liurnia is a dangerous place. Now, admittedly, I deflected at the wrong time, so that'll do it, but... You know, even if we were using our incantations, if we were using those, we would still have a very rough go at it. Also, we're back to having lowered stats. That is one disadvantage of using the Godric's Great Rune, is that you really miss those stats when they're gone. Because we use those stats in our own build to sort of help us achieve breakpoints in either mind or intelligence or arcane. We really need those, because we really do not pack a good punch without it. The quality build that I have here, the triple trifecta, works best when we use this specific rune. Like, all builds work better, but I really mean that this build... I shouldn't say it can't function without it, but you can really tell when the build struggles for damage. Yeah, see, we only were barely able to take 2 hits from that before. Just barely. Yeah, this guy is a rough sell for us. Oh, and that was a really dangerous place to run out of stamina just now. Yeah, Liurnia is really going to step up the game in terms of, you know, how careful you have to be. Like, and that's exactly what you should expect. From any game that has, like, progression like this. Is that you should always expect the progression to get harder. But sometimes you kind of miss... if you're relatively proficient with the game, you can sort of miss out on that, or the progression feels very smooth until you hit a wall. And that can be kind of difficult to show to someone who is proficient. It's only when their proficiency no longer helps them that they suddenly realize just how big the difficulty curves and how big the sudden spikes in difficulty there are in Elden Ring. Granted, Kurtifer has done a lot to smooth that out. The scaling between areas is a lot smoother. For example, if we take a look at the Riverwell, the Siofra Riverwell, in normal Elden Ring, this was a tough area to try to cross. Period. Very tough. You basically needed to be about at this point now, if not toward the middle of Liurnia, having gathered several level ups in order to make the journey easy for you, or easier for you. And now, when we bump into Siofra Riverwell, we can just jump right in. There's no, there isn't such a steep increase in difficulty. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't difficulty increases within Siofra. For example, we never touch this courtyard area here. So you know we should expect there to be tougher enemies there, right? That's logical. That's a logical thing to assume. And it will probably be true. But we'll know this. We'll get to see the sense of scaling and be better prepared for it when we've completed places like Liurnia or Caelid, which are very difficult. They're medium difficulty, although Caelid really pushes that in some areas. It really does. I would say Caelid is almost a really difficult area. Like, it's more manageable now, but it still has its spikes. Not much more to say than that, really. Oh, don't you dare. Don't do this. Oh, man. Homing missile. 2 homing missiles. Okay. Oh, yeah. These graveyards are often traps. You have to be careful. Seeing them hanging off the trees, that doesn't mean they're dead. Usually it means they're alive and well. Now, I could sit here and keep talking about the game for 8 hours. Or we can find something interesting to talk about. Gotta break up the monotony with something. Otherwise, it's the same stuff over and over and over. And I don't feel I've earned the ability to shill quite yet. What do you guys think of the camera angle? You think that's going to be a problem? Is the screen too bright? Or is my webcam too bright? Do I need to, like, dull it down? In fact, I kind of think this is too bright already. Let me try, doing something real quick. That looks much better. Sometimes you don't think things are a problem until you actually look at them and go, wow, that's kind of hard to see. Don't you think people are going to have issues trying to look at your face? I wish I could say I were perfect. I'm not. I try to cast that image when I can, but I definitely am not perfect. Well, at least I try to look as though I've got my head on my shoulders. And I do most of the time. But sometimes I don't, and I don't exactly have a head for visual appeal sometimes. I just don't. I might not think something's a problem until it is, until it's obvious. And that's why I appreciate all the support you guys give when you actually put in feedback, and you're like, oh, well, you know, this is too bright, that's too bright, etc., etc. I may not always be able to immediately act on your feedback, but I do, in fact, notice when you're giving me feedback, and I do try to improve. That is something I try to pride myself on, is incremental improvements. Like, yesterday, or not yesterday, but, Friday and between the difference between, like, Friday and today is already a marked improvement for audio quality. Now, I wish the visual quality was a tad bit better, but that's a FPS thing. That is not a... Or that is a capture card problem. That is not a, that is not an in-game problem. That is a capture card problem, and that's not something I can easily fix. Because audio is like 10 times, roughly 5 to 10 times more important than visual. Visual is important, especially for a game like Elden Ring. I do want to make it look pretty, but you kind of have to you know, deal with the losses, deal with your circumstances until you can improve them. But I will improve it. It will get better. I promise. And I don't usually break promises. Usually. Technically, me streaming here is kind of, you know, a broken promise restored in its own right, but, you know, let's not talk about that much, shall we? Let's purchase one of these. We can get the crafting reagents for them. That's a quick trip over to the Weeping Peninsula, but I'm not going to subject you guys to that. I'll grind that off camera. We'll go from there. At it again. And just like with everything else on the map, you have these streaks of grace on the mini-map that kind of point us to these special key locations. Now, I'm not sure why a streak of grace is here. Maybe the Mourn Grave is something significant. But, oh, right. I forgot about this. These little, fragments here, we've discussed this before, but these are where the map fragments are housed. There will always be some kind of monolith or structure, and you can clearly see them. They're always a key item. Always. And you could just go and, grab it, and then you should be able to see a good chunk of the map. Now, one thing we are going to do is... I don't know why I warped here. What we need to do is go back to Sorceress Selene and give her the other scroll. I have a reason for this. We got it. It was the Royal House scroll. Let's review it. Sorcery Scroll of the Carian Royal Family, the heads of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Can be given to a learned sorcerer to gain access to the following sorceries: the Glintblade Phalanx and the Carian Slicer. Yeah, it's not gonna give this time, I don't think. And if it does, then I'm gonna have to do some cheating to restore that.
Shall we commence the
Uh-oh. That's not good. We already have... That is not good. I can't give this scroll to her.
You wished very well.
That's a problem. A big problem. If I can't give that scroll, we might have well, it won't... inhibit us from completing any quests she might give us, but what it will definitely do is make it super problematic to try to learn any sorcery from her. The reason that this is a problem, by the way, just so that we're keenly aware on why it's a problem, is there's a world change that trades the places of these two spell books. There are two that are available. Where is this? Yeah, swap the position of the Academy Scroll and the Royal House Scroll so that the shard spells are available earlier. The Royal House Scroll... For reference, the Royal House Scroll is the one we have now. The Academy Scroll, as soon as I can get my eye on it, is the one we picked up earlier. The Academy Scroll we already traded in. We already traded into Selin. We already traded it into Selin, and we have a problem with that now. Because that scroll used to hold those sorceries. When before the Academy Scroll, the Academy Scroll used to do this. Now the Royal House Scroll, the original scroll, is what we picked up. I picked this up before the change was made. So, what we're gonna have to do is sort of... we're gonna have to figure out if I need to cheat. Which, I'm not gonna sit here and subject you guys to staring at me on camera. I'm going to kind of resolve this. Give me just a few minutes, if you would, please. I will be right back. Alright. So, there is a solution. However, that solution has a few problems. So, typically, if you need an item and you're trying to keep a playthrough alive, generally, you use a cheat engine for this. You could totally do it. It is kind of legally gray. Don't use it when you're online. Thankfully, I am not online, so that's numero uno. Second, you have to make sure you tell cheat engine exactly what it is you're wanting to duplicate. In this case, it would be the correct scroll. However, the official cheat engine does not appear to be updated for any recent patching, at least from a preliminary search. Also, the search I did run into nearly gave me a virus. So we're not gonna do that. Which means the only other real solution is for me to play up to this point, grind everything up from all of these locations on my pilot file, and go from there. All of it. Every last drop on the pilot file. Which is fine, I guess. It's just gonna take me some time to do. I might be able to do it by the time Wednesday rolls around, but that's gonna be a little dicey. Just a little. So, in the meantime, we're gonna try to make the progress we can. Knowing full well our appearance and stuff is probably gonna differ come next time. Not fun. I hope another major change like that doesn't hit the next, pilot file that I have to make. And we also don't want to be running in nighttime mode right now. I'm not happy. I knew this exact situation would come up, but I figured this would be a case of, oh, the old item would give me the new spells I'm looking for. No, not at all. And I have no easy way to repair that either. Yeah, not much to do. Not gonna complain further about it, though. That's bad form. We're just gonna make do. And I could probably be really efficient, as I could skip text and stuff when when I'm grinding all of this back up. And I should hopefully have it done by Wednesday. If not, if I'm not completely done on Wednesday, we will be playing Blasphemous instead. So that, I can get that file all ground up for you. And we're not having to sit there and miss items for no reason. Liurnia has practically identical wildlife, to Limgrave. So, like, you're gonna see all the rodents, the rams, the goats, the birds. You're gonna see all of it. And so you can very much use Liurnia as the same kinds of hunting grounds. Caitlin's a bit different, because everything is, touched by the Scarlet Rot. Like, we have that history, Gideon told it to us, we can use it now. Caitlin doesn't quite have the same flora as Liurnia does, so we're gonna have to use Caelid for a very different kind of hunting ground. That really gets my gears, man. But like I said, I knew this was coming. And here I am. Okay, we're gonna back off. I really want to fume about that, but I'm not going to. I will resist the drone-like urge to just rant about it for 2 hours. That would reduce me to being no more than someone who rages at games for fun. So with Liurnia, just like with all of the locations in the lands between, you're gonna find these foot soldiers and knights practically everywhere. They pretty much drop equivalent gear, tuned to their specific area. So like we might get before when we were, you know, fighting the Limgrave ones, we might have gotten, say, the Godric stuff, which has decent holy resistance. If we find a knight that has a similar helmet, we might find that these have magic resistance. Hey Rasby, welcome back. Good to see ya. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. I suppose I will explain it for those who have just come in. I have found that there is a very big hole created by a patch swap that happened about 5 patches ago. And this patch caused the locations of 2 scrolls to switch over that contain various sorceries in them. Well, I recently got the other counterpart scroll, which I now can't give to the sorceress because she has a copy of it. So that's a problem. I feel like with the sidebar with the webcam would be fitted better on the right so that you're looking at the screen. I know. I know. Right now you're looking at the follow list. Yeah, but then I have to, like, make the bed. It's not super messy, it's just not properly made yet. And I already mentioned on camera that it would probably be like this for about 6 months. If people will give me just a moment, I can try to fix that, and we can see the difference together. Be right back. Okay, I am back. We were talking about moving the webcam. Oh, okay. You meant from OBS. Bleh. So from here, what you're suggesting is webcam goes from the left to either the right. Is that what you're saying? Let me put this in front. Show transition. I have not done this in quite some time. Order. That's right. Move to top. What you're suggesting is move it over here. And then what other things are here? The alert box would need to be moved to a corresponding location. The chat box would need to be moved to a corresponding location. Okay, and then that there. And then obviously the alert box could be moved up. And then the chat box stays where it is. Okay. Let's see if that works out a little better. Yeah, I typically know about the, you're supposed to put your webcam on the right, so... Well, it looks the same when you're facing forward, but when you're facing left, it's much better. Yeah, I suppose so. Except I still didn't move the webcam physically. There's no reason to do that now if this is what you're talking about. Well, I spent probably 3 minutes making up my bed. That's fine. Suppose you should make up your bed. Don't listen to me, kids. Do what your parents say. Make your bed. Trust me, you'll thank me later. It's about not breeding laziness. Although I typically take a nap, so... Oh, you were about to come in from behind. Yeah, bad form for you, bud. Did you look at the VOD and the sound? I did. I did look at it. I looked at 2 VODs, in fact. I looked at one before the change was made, and I looked at the one where the change was made. I do like it. I probably still need to tinker around with the equalizer settings, but I can do that off camera. Yeah, I can do that off camera, and I can kind of listen through it. Today is probably not the best day for this. I do have to make sure that some stuff on the college side is turned in. But yeah, I'm probably going to tinker with it a little bit more. If you get rid of any echo, it's like 10 out of 10. Yeah, now the power of the mic is really starting to show with that one little change. Do I have echo? I don't think I do. The only thing that I think would be generating any echo is, well, the lack of sound absorption and whether or not the capture card, forwards audio through, which right now it doesn't. The only thing forwarding audio is voice meter, and that has my capture card and stuff routed through it. If it does, I would find that very weird. Alright, boys. I see what you're packing. These are Carrion Royal Knights. Are you serious with that? Come on, you're homing on the guy. Don't do that. Very well, I guess. The Carrion Royal Knights, and the Foot Soldiers have magic-resistant armor, so we're already kind of at a slight disadvantage going through these places. They also, have these magic jars that are way more annoying than any flame pots you might have seen in Limgrave. There are 3 of them, and they've got good projectile tracking. They're way more dangerous. Let me make sure I didn't miss something else before I press on and get the pixel orientation stuff off my display. Okay. Nope. All you said was that you were doing fine, which is good. I'm a little bit warm, but if I turn on the AC, if I turn on the window unit in my room, I guess I can kind of show that off. Our actual air conditioning unit is busted. Tilt this up so you're not seeing the stomach. That's right here. That black box in the bottom middle of the screen, that is my window unit. That's correct. I'll probably have to fix the exact... Yep, I thought that would be the case. Let's see. Nope, gotta tilt that down. I probably should not have done this. Hindsight being 2020. Keck W, right? But hey, I wanted to make a statement or send a message, and I did. Yeah, we pretty much all have window units in the house now, and boy, do they make noise. The only one that has a remote control is in the living room. The rest of ours, including the one I just showed, are hand cranks. So if I need to adjust it, I gotta physically get up, slog it over, get on the bed, change the dial, get off the bed. Now we're only seeing 80% of coin? I guess I'll turn it... Oh, adjust it. Okay. That should be better. The real work. Yes, I know. Look at me complaining about having to get up and move. It's not so much the get up and moving part. I'm fine with that. It's the tedium of having to adjust knobs and stuff. That's the part that it's an annoyance. It's not that I hate it, it's that it's annoying. No problem. Glad to be of service. Glad to be of service. That's all I have to say to that. I may have to crank up that window unit before too long, though. Maybe during intermission, which I'm already overdue for, but since you just arrived, headset cable was the bane of your existence when having to get up. Yeah, mine is corded. I do not like wireless headsets. I hate them. They're often battery operated. They often use Wi-Fi. It's bad. I much prefer my headsets having, cables that they actually work through. But that does mean that they're incredibly cheap headsets. But since last year in July, after browsing, you got wireless headsets, the perfect headsets. Yeah, I would be inclined to agree with you. Honestly, if I weren't, on camera, or I wasn't caring about my audio experience so much, I would probably be inclined to agree with you. But, I've had wireless headsets break really often. Battery lasts 28 to 30 hours. It does last a while. I do give credit where credit is due on that front. They do last a while, but I just have a bad history with wireless headsets, so I don't use them. And replacing the wireless headsets typically wasn't cheap. Typically. Paid $140 for the headset? Yeah, if you want a good one, you are paying money. And, I'm taking out loans so that I can do this stuff myself, so that's fine. But, $140 of, your parents' money is not a good thing to be spending. Nobody that I know of wants to spend on $140 on a headset and have it break within 6 months. I wasn't, reckless with my headsets or anything, just I can be a heavy-handed individual. I'm also clumsy, so sometimes they fall off the desk and they break. Sometimes I drop them and they break. Not from a 6-story building, but, a few falls off the desk is more than enough times for them to sustain damage and generally get worse. Yeah. I have a whole host of personal reasons for not using them. I'm not trying to shame anybody. If you like wireless headsets, and I do believe they are the better form of headset, then use them. That's fine. But if you're kind of clumsy, or you're kind of clumsy, maybe think twice. Now, I'm not saying wired headsets are any better, because, the wire. You can pull your PC off your desk. But seeing this cord here kind of reminds me to take off the headset and, set it down very gently. Can't do that. with the wireless. Sometimes I'll even forget that I'm wearing them, and I'll head out of my office, or I've headed out of my bedroom wearing a pair before, and the mic's not turned off, so people can just hear whatever's going on in the house. Not a fun time. Is your money kind of? Had scholarships? You had scholarships during high school. Ah, I can't say we have that here. Typically, like, you can get scholarships in high school, but typically they're like paying the way forward. You don't get money while you're in high school. Having the scholarship set up in advance helps you for college. That's really about it. So I'm surprised. Like, that's like an actual stipend. That's amazing. They're kind of durable. Never dropped your headsets. You really like that it has 4 buttons on the side, so you can bind to control media. Oh, that seems really cool. You got one every year. It was the top of your class. That is impressive. Yeah, that is very impressive. With minimal time put in. Yeah, you never studied at home? Yeah, that's kind of the going trope here in the US too. A lot of people that are like top of the class still don't study at home. They usually get their studying done at school, typically during lunch or some other things, or they study during the extracurricular periods they were on campus. Less than 5 times in total. You can also just be a prodigy. That is a thing that can occur. Did your homework studying at school during classes where nothing was happening? Yeah, you were making good use of your time. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what a lot of students do. Like, I'm kind of a weird case. Among college students, I typically don't stick around on campus a whole bunch. The only time I have to stick around on campus is if I've got some kind of long day or something. And then I'll show up outside my class really early, I'll go park my stuff in the hallway, and, I'll begin studying. I'll do that then. But generally, since I carpool to get to and from where I need to go on college campus, I don't like to waste people's gas. And that means I'm at school when I need to be, and I'm at home the rest of the time. Ain't no prodigy, just got great problem-solving skills. That's also true. That is also too true. And you use them to figure out how to study. Yeah, that's what every good student does. They figure out how to use their skills effectively. You can use your skills for memorization, but memorization kind of depends on your brain. In my cell biology course, I have to make sure I've memorized all of the pathways for glycolysis. And that's a 10-step enzymatic pathway with various intermediates and an enzyme for every process. Some steps even have 2 enzymes depending on whether you're going forward or backwards, energetically speaking. And that's just a lot of stuff I have to memorize, and I still probably totally don't have it down yet. Yeah, still got a lot of studying to do on that. For example, you recognize when there's diminishing returns on studying for a test. Yep, that's a common trap. Try to get good enough on everything. Much better than acing a few and going bad on one or more. That's the difference between me and your competition back then, in air quotes. They studied way more than you. Yeah, and typically, so for the recommendation for US college students is a study time of 2 to 3 hours for every college credit you have. And a full-time student takes somewhere between 12 and 15 course credits per hour. So that's at minimum 36 hours. If you're trying to study by the recommended amount of time, that's 36 hours, just straight up, at the very least. And of course, for 15 credit hours, that's I want to say 45. I'm hoping my head math is correct. If you're a STEM major, you have to add another hour on top of that. So make that 4 hours of study per credit hour you have. And typically, your science classes all have 4 credit hours, and they break them up into 3 and 1. 3 credit hours for a lecture, and a lot of them have a lab associated with them, and the lab is 1 credit hour. They also study for finals way more. You got your finals where, for one subject, I only really learned really hard by yourself in 3 days. The other 2 subjects, you had the knowledge from the class. Make a guess. How many students in our class passed the finals out of 14? Let's be generous and say 6. Slightly less than half. I'm accounting for a high attrition rate in your answer. I would be... If I remember conversations with Alex, I think that's a similar attrition rate everywhere. It was only you and someone else, so 2 out of 14, which if I do some basic math, that's 1 out of 7. The math is the same whether you're dividing 2 into 14 or not. So you take 1, divide by 7, multiply by 100. That's about 14% of the class. Yeah, that could be the going attrition rate for a chemistry class, is that sometimes you only get a few people who pass. Most of the time, the bar for anything that's not an intense math course is something like, I'd say 55% of the class. Sometimes 65 if everyone's doing what they're supposed to do. But even so, that's the going rate. That's the rate of attrition for most courses on AU campus, and it's probably like that everywhere else. You know, barring any specialty courses or trade schools or something like that. Something that would be significantly outside the average. What am I doing? I'm kind of staying on the cliffs at the moment, I guess. And the cliffside does have some items, but a lot of Liurnia's items are going to be at the bottom in the misty forests and the, rubble-filled ruins. Biggest life hack was that high school was one where you had tons of free time. Yeah, you were talking about that. And you were really efficient with your time. Way more efficient than... When I was in high school, I had, I think, like 2,100 students with me. Yeah, something like that. 2,100. And my graduating class was 550. It was not a big class. It was like a quarter of the total student body count. And I think out of those 550 that graduated, there had to have been more that weren't, of course. But, those were the 550 that all spent between 2 to 3 hours studying on something at a given point, with breaks. Typically, it's 40-hour fragments stretched into 2 to 3 hours. Where it's like you study for 40 minutes, you take a break for 10, study for 40, take a break for 10, etc., etc. I'm way better off than my ex-classmate who stayed at the highly rated high school. Solution was never for me to go to an IT high school. So the solution was literally to have less school. Because school here is very bad at its job. Yeah, I get the feeling the US isn't too far behind that. Where it's like, we have people who want to do the job and do it right, but the government insists on having its way everywhere, and that is a huge problem when it comes to education. Because the government demands certain things are taught and certain things are excluded. That's just how it goes. Everyone's got sensitive topics they don't want to teach. Especially in terms of history. That's where you really see it. The U.S. struggles to comprehend its own dark, tainted history. Some schools teach it effectively, some don't. And every state also has an incredible amount of meddling to go with it. An incredible amount. In theory, public school is good. In theory. Because it's one of those individualism versus collectivism exchanges where theoretically with more people you can get more done, right? And you have, in the case of education, more people equals more perspectives, more interpretations, more ways of doing things, and maybe someone will crack the code and share that with the rest of the faculty so they can also teach that way. It's supposed to be an efficiency thing, but that's not what ends up happening a lot of the time. Or, humans. Personal drama gets in the way of that. Never mind the government sometimes. Humans are emotionally driven creatures. And there were many cases at my high school where, teachers were cheating on one another romantically. It would have a divorce and it would become pretty public. That teacher was just generally passed or not, or whether they taught you effectively or not. They're here for their check. And a lot of today's students are the product of that. Let me make sure I'm not skipping. Yep, I just realized. What did you, I don't know if it's still having problems. Oh, her divorce. I was saying that, sometimes afterwards nothing. Yeah, sometimes, the teachers' personal lives would become public affairs. They'd get a divorce or something nasty. They'd break down in the middle of class and they would be unable to teach. And you'd be lucky if you got a substitute. There were a lot of extramarital affairs going on at my high school. I was aware of at least 3 of them. I'm not going to name those names, because that's dead history, and I want to kind of show them some respect. But I was definitely aware of way more than I should have been in terms of people's personal lives at school, because school is not the place for that. It's supposed to be a place of learning. Sometimes we're human and we can't help it, but, those times should be few and far between. It's the same thing if you're at work. If you're working, that is not the time for personal affairs. Sometimes it can't be helped, but generally speaking, it's just not a good ethical practice. Why am I jumping on a structure I've already been to? You didn't have teachers break down, but you had teachers who were extremely entitled. There was this time at the finals. The final exams. When there was literally a mistake on the test paper, it didn't have the atomic number for N. Yeah, that is a very glaring error. Nitrogen should be 6. No, 5. Should be 5. It was required for 1 exercise. Just gotta make sure. Seven. It was 7. Why am I getting that incorrect? I'm studying organic chemistry. That is something I should be very familiar with. But that is neither here nor there. Trying to think if there was anything else that was sort of major. Like, there were also things that were happening outside of school hours. My high school was way well known for teen pregnancy and student catfights. Yep, it's 7. Yeah, especially since it's tied to the literal story you're talking about. And the teacher said that despite it not being there, despite the test maker's responsibility to put it there, it is your fault for not knowing it. I mean, if it was an exercise where you were deliberately asked to fill in the atomic number and then answer a question, sure. I would be inclined to say maybe. But if the test exercise was supposed to supply that information to you, and it's kind of hard to say without talking specific test questions, and that's generally not a good idea, I'm more inclined to agree with your side of things. And something died in the background. Great. that should have totally been supplied to you. I think I can count the number of times on one hand in my organic chemistry 1 course where there were corrections that had to be made. They didn't have to. You didn't have to fill in the number. Okay, so that wasn't information you were supposed to supply yourself. You just needed that information to answer a question, and they're supposed to provide it. Then yeah, that's on them. They should totally have done that. The fact that they expected you to cover for their own mistakes is wrong. And based on this story and your actual sentence just now, you already knew that that number was wrong. You probably knew what that number already was. The next day, classmates told you were right, was a mistake, and it appeared on the news. Wow. I could probably dig up and find the article about that if I really wanted to. Now that the number is wrong. Oh, so it was just missing. It was missing. Okay. And the number should have been there, and it was not. Gotcha. I'm glad you clarified that for me. I am getting worse about that in my increasingly numerically increasing age. Plus COVID brain fog. Not fun. It's happened a few times on both on camera and off camera. And I'm not sure what I'm doing, if I'm being completely honest. I need to find the, Why did I teleport back? What? You know a conversation is good when Coin can't keep up with what he's doing. You know a conversation is good and compelling when Coin cannot focus on the task at hand. Plus, it's starting to get a bit warm. It's the 80-20 rule. Yeah, where you teach 80% of the content to yourself. And, no, that's a 20-80 rule. And 20% is the game. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I know that from education theory. But yeah, 80% is on the discussion and 20% is on the game. Is this supposed to be a Let's Play? So I am supposed to walk people through what they're supposed to do, but that is, that seems to be a bit mentally taxing right now. Not sure why. Probably because I've had one more cup of coffee than I'm supposed to. In terms of focus. Yeah, that's true. Your focus always splits 80-20. Yeah, I wish I were better at that, but it's never 50-50. And to actively fight the 80-20 focus requires some serious adjustments in mental focus every single second. That is true. Alright, here we have a merchant, and I think this will probably be the last thing I show off before break, because I need to get this room to cool down a couple of degrees. True mental gymnastics if you try to reach 50-50. Yeah, my brain's already trying to, is struggling just to hit the 70-30 mark. Fantastic.
You're new around here. Surprised you found me in my little nook.
You are right in the pathway, good sir.
Your money's as good as anyone else's. Why don't you take a look at my wares? Oh, but don't ask me how I got my hands on them, eh?
I bet you were just like Gostock, good sir. Sometimes the nomadic merchants do scavenge off corpses, and they would have no qualms about scavenging off yours. You thought that guy was injured? Nope. Nope, none of them are. They all kind of have that gravelly voice. Ah, yes. Here is, I think, one of the last Oracle's remedies. And then most of anything that's new has to relate to magic gear. This guy sells the starting set for astrologers. Sounds like he smokes a pack of cigarettes for breakfast. He does. He does. Yeah, a lot of them do, actually. That's just what they were going for with them. The nomadic merchants, as hinted by the name, hardly ever stay in one place, and they're always struggling for food. So they gather things and sell them. You actually like the gravelly voice? A lot of people do. But some of them aren't gravelly. There are some that definitely aren't. The game in general takes a lot of references from, I want to say it's Irish or Celtic lore. Elden Ring has a lot of those. And so sometimes the voice actors have that fantastical accent to go with it. Sometimes they don't. It just kind of depends. Also, Elden Ring is filled with fantastical demi-human, semi-human, anthropomorphic creatures where the lions and the lambs or dragons can all talk. Not all of them, a lot of them don't, but there are some dragons that can. And it's really quite the high fantasy game. It's probably the highest fantasy I think I've seen out of the Souls franchise. You haven't played Dark Souls or Souls-like games besides the 7 hours of Death's Gambit? Let me look that up. And not Open Creed at the same time. Fantastic. Death's Gambit. Side-scrolling action roleplay. Yeah, I could see why. Death's Gambit kind of reminds me of Blasphemous. Where it's a 2D either platformer or hack and slash that has roguelike elements in it. Or the Souls-like element in this case would be dying and having to remake or redo your progress over and over again. Yeah, Souls-like. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, Souls-like properties. Where it's harsh, excessively, for almost no reason. Or for arbitrarily seeming reasons. Sounds fun. I'll have to look into Death's Gambit. Actually, let me write that down. Because that is something I still keep a track of every so often are new either game releases I haven't heard of before or games that are pretty similar to what I'm already doing that are worth a looking into. Where is this? Where is this? Where is this? Ah, here it is. I have a channel for this. It was Death's Gambit. Okay. It was difficult. Reminded me you played Hollow Knight for a few hours. Defeated a few bosses and haven't died a single time. You also have Sifu on that list. Sifu, oh god. No I don't, but I can add that to the list. Done. And I still have yet to fully peruse the title, but I do plan on doing so in the days to come. Just, got a lot on my plate in these next coming 2 weeks. I have another exam due. Not sure if it's your kind of game, but it's highly rated for there are no negative reviews. There are only good reasons for its rating. The game's a masterpiece. Yeah, I think we've discussed that before. Where, the game has a lot going for it. We'll have to see. But, I'm really starting to sweat it out, so I'm gonna go ahead and take the, 10-minute intermission and attempt to change the temperature in the room for a short time. Please feel free to get up, stretch your legs, have a snack, do whatever it is you guys want to do, and then after that, I'll come back, I'll kind of preface where we're going to be going, and toward the end of the stream, I'll wrap up the prediction results as well, based on some criteria I think we should have met during stream. But with that, I will be back in 10. See you guys then. Okay. I am back. We're gonna find out if I have to, lower the fan back there. Let's see if I have a, I don't think I'm doing any more gating. Or if I do, it's, like, really, really low. It'd be here. Yeah, I don't have any gating, so that's gonna show up all the time. So someone's gonna have to let me know if I need to do something about it. But I gotta have some kind of relief, from the heat. Welcome back. Welcome back. I think my intermission was a little longer than 10 minutes, but hopefully that gave enough time for people to do what they need to do, or wanted to do during that time. So two things I like to do that I'm trying to get into the routine of for every intermission is to go over where we've been. You know, kind of do the bottom of the hour routine, where I mentioned where we're planning on going next. It was fine, you were doing your royal duties. What royal duties would those be? Unless that's really quite graphic, then please don't, but royal duties usually have some kind of bearing, some kind of specificity to them. So far we have not made it very far into Liurnia. We have not even done so much as a map grab. I had to exercise my kingly powers. What sort of monarchical power are you talking about? Now I'm intrigued. Yeah, our plan right now is to grab this map fragment and then make our way up. There's a lot to Liurnia, and I aim to show that off today. I'm not going to be able to reveal Liurnia in its entirety, but we are going to at least show how big it is. And you'll see what I mean when I say we're going to be sinking using the king... Ah! The porcelain throne. Okay. I gotcha. Hopefully that went... I'm glad that it went well for you. Typically, I refer to that sort of act as nature's call, but I suppose that's a difference. I hear a lot more people refer to it as a throne. That makes sense. I guess I'm weird like that. As for how far we're gonna make it, I don't exactly know, but we're going to at least try to get to the map. So typically, I don't like beelining it for the objective, but we typically have been beelining it to the map fragments as soon as we know where they are. And I could show off some things on the way. First, you're gonna see these wraith-like enemies that kind of jump all over the place. Some of them will have these special bells that they wear, and they'll ring them, and little wisps come out to chase us. And they ring that bell a lot. Additionally, there are ones on horseback, who will generate a cloud of mist or fog, and ring that bell. They don't have any attacks, but they will run around like crazy. If I find one, I'll show it off, but... this particular section of Liurnia is known for probably one of the highest ambush counts I've bumped into so far playing Elden Ring. The egg-shaped creatures with the poison sacs also make their return. Additionally, we're in a swamp right now. We're actually more like a bog or marsh if I'm getting super technical. But if there's one thing we all know Miyazaki loves in his FromSoft titles, specifically the Dark Souls series, is his love of swamps. His love of swamps, marshes, and bogs. You could go... I want to say... This here is a lake, but you can stand in it, so it's technically like a marsh. There are bodies of water kind of all over the place. You have a poison swamp that you could go to basically right away. I think there was an article that said basically that you could find a swamp within 90 seconds of going through Elden Ring, which it doesn't take that long to get your horse. So, like, starting from where you emerge, if you just beeline it to the horse, and then you can make your way all the way to the swamp, 90 seconds might have been an exaggeration, but you can find a swamp really fast if you know what you're doing. Yeah, they're everywhere. Enough of standing around, though. This place has these wraith-like creatures kind of all over the place. There's also a very specific kind of revenant that we're going to find here. And this revenant it's much easier to show than tell, but let's just say these revenants' reputation normally precedes them at this point. And leave it at that. Because those things are nasty. It is hard to fight them. It's hard to fight the wraiths if they get a jump on you, but you can fight them. I'll probably have to get up here in just a second to go grab my tea. It's percolating on the machine in the living room now, but we are going to at least make it to this map fragment before I do so. And thankfully, things aren't super resistant to cold damage. This Rancor Call, this Death Flame, is cold damage. Cold damage? Magic damage, I'm sorry. I'm not even getting the damage types correct. It's not cold damage, it's magic damage. And while we're in a land that has a lot of creatures that are going to resist this, Rancor Call and other specific sorceries are all part of the Death School, and so they build up Frostbite, and so the damage is not just, you know, magic. It's also, when Frostbite procs, they lose a specific amount of their health, a flat amount plus a percentage of their HP, which in Elden Ring Reforged is a very specific value. Let's find that, so that we can sort of talk about statuses again. They're one of the better things about Elden Ring Reforged, in my opinion. The status effects are pretty good. Let's see. This would be under General, I think. So specifically on Frost, it scales. So like before it was like a set amount where weak enemies would get trounced by it. Now it's a scalar amount. It's 1% plus 5 up to 10% plus 50. The higher the amount of health, the more it scales. And it's also tied to the tier of the place. Every area in Elden Ring Reforged has tiers or ratings. So like Eastern Limgrave, the starting section of the map, is like tier 1 or tier 2. Whereas Caelid's more like tier 14 or 15. Or 12, if you're closer to this section we can see. In Liurnia, I'd probably class somewhere being close to, say, 6 or 8. It bumps up the difficulty. Enemies have more health, more stats to worry about, but it's not as bad as Caelid. It's not as bad as the Altus I should say Caelid is worse than Altus Plateau. It's really once you start getting to the other late game areas that Caelid kind of gets outclassed. But most areas stop at around tier 18 or 17. Higher tiers are specifically reserved for bosses, and bosses that are in the higher areas only. By far, the highest tiered or most difficult enemy in the game is Melania. That is a very specific boss. It's a hidden shard bearer. She is at tier 21, the highest tier available. No other boss matches that tier. Even the endgame boss is like tier 20. I think there are 21 tiers. I remember reading a huge post from Kernifer about this in the Discord. By the way, if you guys type in !ERR, no quotes, all lowercase, you'll get taken to the mod page on Nexus Mods, and there's a Discord there. If you like the game or just generally want to follow updates on it and stuff, you can join that Discord. And then you can look at the changelog and stuff through that. Am I missing something? No, okay, it's just quiet time right now in chat, and that's fine. Absolutely fine. I do get paranoid about quiet chats, looking over all the time, just to make sure I don't miss something. But I hope that at least shows people I care, and I'm not just, I'll turn when I feel like it. Let's get this map fragment. We've spent entirely too long talking here. New map has been found. Liurnia, east. Or look at this. This is the eastern section, okay? Look at what it reveals. There's like a minor Erd tree here. There's a cave here. There is like a cave here. There's a finger reader way across beyond the academy, across that bridge that Tops was talking about. Here is probably where our black knife print is. Here is a church. Here is a river well, the other river well. Here's a royal study. Here's the tower that we saw earlier. And then all of this other stuff along the way. That is 1/3 of the map, guys. Liurnia is huge. I mean that. It's big. It's almost in the dead center of the complete Elden Ring map. Maybe a little bit off center, like bottom middle, but Liurnia has a good chunk of meat to it. A good chunk of meat. It is a very busy place. We're gonna go here and move this beacon. And then I am going to get back before I get ambushed and then go grab my tea really quick. Which should help with my throat. It's kind of acting up for some weird reason. I don't know why. I'll be right back. See you guys in a minute. Okay. Sorry about that. Very, very sorry. Let's continue on, shall we? And make sure I got my headphones on straight. Let's do that too. I'm probably about due for another pair. I've had these for about 2 years now. And they are getting a little loose around the noise canceling department, which might be good news if I'm having to help take care of a house tenant. It's bad news if I'm trying to like be immersed in what I'm doing and focus exclusively on you guys. That's rule numero uno. I try not to bring my personal life too much into these streams. Sometimes it can't be helped, like with the air conditioning unit behind me, not over there, back that way. Oh, or my office becoming a bedroom again. Sometimes that can't be helped, but I do my best not to bring my personal problems on camera where I can help it. Or, you know, I'll try to tell a story with it rather than outright complain. I don't like to do that. Complaining is not fun. It's just a constant Debbie Downer all the time. Constant downer. If you start going negative, it's easy to stay there. It's really easy to stay there. And I don't want to stay there. I'm not a person who handles negativity that well. It's very exhausting. I can do it. I used to have a tolerance for negativity. I used to be a nihilist. That's kind of their middle name. Now, granted, there are always finer points when you're talking about nihilism. You have the Nietzsche variety that's more about, you know, what is existence really? And sometimes you just have people who pretend to be nihilists, but really they're just contrarian. And I think I was more of a contrarian than anything else. I don't know if I would actually ever call myself a disciple of Nietzsche or anything like that. I read about his works. I read about what he wrote. Oh, I forget. Sometimes it does this as well. These, ruin statues don't always, when they normally take that mound-like shape and explode, usually that means they're dying, or they're choosing to suicide on us. Well, that's not always the case. The ones around these ruins don't do that. They'll explode and then reform back up, no problem. Now this here is an Everjail. You can tell because of the bluish-purple seal. And it'll ask you to enter. You never have to worry about entering a Everjail willy-nilly. You always got a choice. Hey there, Alex. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Hope you enjoy your stay. I'm just about to cover a boss, actually. So I might not be able to talk once I actually initiate the fight, but I could definitely chat right now. And while I'm waiting on responses and replies and stuff, new angle for the camera, I see. Yeah, I have to, because I have a window unit that way. I have a window unit on my wall, and my bed's also over there. And I don't want people to see that. I actually made it up on stream, not on camera. I did use a screen to cover that. It's not a messy bed. I just didn't have the blanket on it. But still, I made it up and then proceeded to not show it on camera because Razby and I were talking about two different things. I thought he was talking about the physical camera location. I thought he was talking about the camera's physical position. It was an interesting little exchange. But yeah, I don't want you guys to see that. That's not something you should be subjected to. I see a lot of streamer cameras do that, and I guess people don't really care, but like, I care. It's a point of pride. If I've got a messy room, the least I can do is hide it. Not that I have an incredibly messy room. I think the most cluttered thing in my room is like the corner where the coffee maker is, the coffee machine. And that's just because now it's, you know, I've got baskets full of clothes next to it. I don't have a dresser in this office, so I'm having to make do with temporary space. But you guys don't need to see that. That's not professional. So I have it tilted to the let's call it the eastern end of the house now, because that's how it is when you look at it, relatively speaking. Hopefully you are doing well. Now, to talk about this boss. This boss is, let me find him. because he's very specific. If you're wondering which, I believe the only downside of the new angles that'll be a little bit weird to talk with us and play at the same time. Yeah, I do have to look. Like, my play... I mean, this was true regardless. Because, like, the webcam was here, right? I don't know why I'm gesturing. You guys can't see that. The webcam was on top of my gaming computer, so it didn't really change me having to look. I always had to look this way to see whatever you guys were talking about or saying. Now I just have to actually turn to do it. That's all. If I'm gonna look directly at the camera, I have to do that. Otherwise, the exchange should be more or less the same. So I try to be very good about... If I don't need to be turned this way toward my gaming computer, hopefully my gesturing is not confusing. If I don't need to turn this way, I kind of don't. I'm trying to get better about that. But it's going to take time for me to get used to this. And I hope I don't ever have to get used to this, but I have to get used to it for a little while. At least 6 months. I cannot find this boss. What is his name? I'll have to look it up. Because I have the boss resource in front of me, but I do not remember his name. Let's see. I'm sure I could find it if I'm given the right... If I get the right link. Flame of the Fell God, okay. This comes from Adan, Thief of Fire. That's his name. That's his name. Okay. So I can go back and get this. So Adan is actually a player-based enemy. So Adan, Thief of Fire, kinda has a Smo-looking appearance. S-M-O-U-G-H. And you'll see what I mean in a second. Smo has a very distinct appearance, let's say. And, Adan is going to cast a lot of fire spells at us. We'll have to dodge those. Thankfully, as a wizard, or as someone who's using sorceries right now, we actually have a means to fight back. That's Rancor Call. Rancor Call inflicts frostbite, which might slow him down long enough for us to use our other spells. But this is going to be a back and forth fight between someone who casts fire and someone who casts the throes of death. You guys will see what I'm talking about. With that, I'm going to go on the other side of this boss fight, and I will see you guys shortly. Like, I can still see the chat, but I'm not going to be able to comment until after the fight. I was about to say, surely you could do better than that. Okay, we have learned something else, and that is Adan punishes melee range pretty hard. That was Surge O Flame. That was the specific incantation that was used just then. And that lovely little incantation forms the better half of a stagger lock that most incantation users are known for. You just sit there and spam Surge O Flame, and that'll do it. It's hard to get out of. Even when I tried to roll away, the shape of the flame's hitbox did me no favors there. And of course, now we have reduced stats as well going into the repeat attempt, but it can't be helped. Didn't catch the reason? Gosh darn it. I knew that the audio would cut out at some point. The reason for the camera angle change is just that I kind of don't want to subject you guys to the view of my bed or the view of the air conditioning unit over on that wall. Why am I gesturing like this where you can't see it? There we go. Yeah, over that direction. There's an air conditioning unit, and between that and the bed, I don't think it's particularly professional to show that off. There's no reason to. No problem. I'm glad I could clarify that. I'm really gonna have to figure out the... I bet that the audio cutting out like that has to do with the fact that I haven't switched over the IP addresses yet. I'm still using the masks, like the IP masks for this, so anytime there's a cut in service, it's because of that. Green screen, I have one folded up in the closet over there. Over there, like you can see that. Behind the webcam is a closet, and that closet has a upper shelving where the green screen is stored. I could use it, but the problem with that is I have a fan circulating above me, and I would have to make sure that the green screen isn't bumping into the fan and that it doesn't cast undue shadows. Even so, the camera would still have to stay at this position. I'd have to jury rig something if I wanted to get it in the previous position, and that means I'd have to cut up the green screen into various pieces. And that green screen was part of a green screen stand. So it's got like a place to put the dowel in and everything, like a dowel insert. Like what you hang your curtains on, a dowel rod. And that would be quite complicated. I could do it, but it would take me time to do that correctly. And I don't want to subject you guys to that either. So I'd have to do that off camera. Could do it. I'd have to think about the green screen again. I don't know. That's an interesting question. Actually, this raises a really good point. You know, how do people feel about green screens in general? I've read a lot of articles on the subject, and they're always 50-50. They're always 50-50. Like, if you can pull off the lighting, it's great. And that's like 90% of the responses. If you have perfect lighting, the green screen is great. When you don't have perfect lighting, the green screen sucks. There are a lot of YouTube videos out there that people have green screens for, and the green screen's just shimmering in the background, constantly flickering, and that's a big distraction. That's actually a turnoff for a lot of videos or streams, is that constant flickering in the background and the fact it wasn't perfect. I've had this on my own stream. I've used a green screen before. I'm not saying that as if you don't know it or anything, Alex, just that I'm making conversation. And I'm showing other people who maybe don't know about that. I have used one on this channel before. To mediocre effect. I'm being polite to myself. It was mediocre, at best. It's great when the lighting is correct, but I can never get good lighting. The lighting array I have now is quite literally a lampstand with 3 lights on it and a ring light sitting opposite me over in that direction. So my lighting situation ain't great. But I will think about it. I do appreciate you bringing that to the forefront. That is something that is worth talking about. I'm just not sure it will be a good fit, given the cramped conditions right now, and the fact that my lighting is god-awful. Well, it's not... I guess it's not god-awful, but it's either too bright, too dull, too orange, too yellow, too white. I don't have... That's the part I don't have right yet. That's all. I think I want to get the lighting perfect before I use a green screen again. I also have to think about whatever I jury rig has to account for the fan above my head, which I already said, which means I'm either fixing something to the ceiling or I have to change the webcam and probably put like a green screen. I know they make products for this where like you attach it to the back of your chair. And the green screen turns when the chair does. Yeah, or I've seen people jury rig that kind of setup where like the green screen is about twice the size of your chair, and as long as you don't move, you're good. If you attempt to move or back up and you're not paying attention, you can tear the green screen or have disastrous results. I know, I'm doing all this argument for a great suggestion. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just going through the logical considerations I have to make if I were to do that. That's all. And that can be a long-winded exchange, at least for me. Oh, much better. I really wish I didn't have to use tea to clear my throat, but that is what it is. Let's try this again, with 100% less sucking this time. That's right, enjoy that minefield of bubbles. Oh, and I suppose it's the other part of this kit I was forgetting. Dan has a flail, and that flail was a nasty piece of work. That is the one problem with using these sorceries, is that they all have that predictable cast animation they're looking for. Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch it out again. There's just no way around it. The projectiles are too predictable. They're rolling too accurately. Yeah, wizards have a very tough time of, you know, fighting these NPC phantoms like this. Strictly because you don't have... I guess I could switch out and use flasks mainly, but it's not very efficient, one. And two, I'll get to that sentence in just a second. Two, a lot of them have the same kind of animation, which, as a data miner has already pointed out to us, like the community at large, the NPCs and, like, bosses and stuff read animations at the initial starting frame rather than at any other kind of frame. So punishments happen well while you're in mid-animation, with nothing you can do about it. You've tasted your godfather's wine today? Ah. It's pretty sour and your head hurts. Probably it might not be... Oh, that's not good. Hang on. I feel like there's a reason. Is it different than other FromSoft games? Yes and no. So, Elden Ring is not the only FromSoft title to have this type of tech. Out of all the Dark Souls titles and Sekiro, only Sekiro and Dark Souls 3 really have it, where it's not an input read, okay? So if I like press Y or X, that's an input. The enemy isn't reading that. It's the action tied to whatever that button is. So, like, if I cast a spell with right bumper, it's not reading right bumper, it's reading this player is in this animation right now. Well, that isn't really the scope of your question. I think I've explained that. I wouldn't say it's different in the sense that it's new tech. It's not. But it is more accurate. Accurate in not a good way. Compared to where it was previously. Like, in Elden Ring, the input or the animation reads, which are practically indistinguishable from button reading because of how quick it is, happen on the starting frames of animation. You don't even have to have a... You don't even have to have any obvious signs of the animation. You could be 1,000th of a second into the... or 1,000th of a frame into the flash chugging animation, and the AI recognizes that 1,000th of a second and punishes that the snap of a finger. You don't have to be you're often still in mid minutes. Okay. It looks like the drop frames have disappeared. Looks fine now. Thank you. Yeah. I completely lost my train of place. I suppose the point of that exchange is that the AI is so fast at reading that input now that you don't have any real reaction time. You have to bait the animation read, or you have to jank them out and try to juke them with a different animation. So if, like, as a perfect example, if I cast a spell, the AI can clearly read that, right? And the result of this on screen is that, the AI is going to roll or dodge out of the way of your spell, especially if it's a projectile. The animation reading is so prolific, so profound, so accurate, so fast, that you don't even have to be casting the projectile spell at them, and they will still dodge it as though it were pointed right at them. In fact, I'll probably try to cast a projectile after I've made the changes, and I'll show you that Adan is still going to dodge the spell, even though the spell's not going to be pointed at him whatsoever. It's not going to matter. I can easily demonstrate this for you. Suppose now what we're gonna do is not use any fire spells, but we do need catch flame on us. And then we need to probably have only a select number of spells. Really, that would be about it. Change this out for this seal. We probably should rank up our flasks while we're here, which we collected a sacred tier earlier. Now we change our fortune, and I can get on the road to demonstrate this. Alright, let's have a go at this. Because on one hand, it's really cool that you can actually manipulate the AI in this way. On the other hand, when you're actually trying to normally play the game, and you know, yes, you're aware, like most Dark Souls players these days that play this game and are good at it, are generally aware of the animation reading, so they can game it a little bit, but you can't game it a lot. You can't abuse it. It's more like it's a product of the system more than anything else, and it's a really punishing system. It's probably one of the most unfair things that's ever existed in a FromSoft title. Sekiro also did this, but here's the difference. In Sekiro, when they're getting ready to read your inputs, there's actually a separate animation that the enemy will do to let you know they're reading your inputs. They're reading your animations. You know, stop doing specific things. There's actually a great article written about. There are great articles, plural, written about this. I might find one as the stream sort of dips down for the evening. And those articles really cover this subject more in depth. I can also point you to Zuli the Witch, a YouTuber who is notorious for data mining, like FromSoft titles. That's kind of their shtick. And they cover this in more detail. A lot more detail. And there are great discussion posts on all of her videos on this subject. I'll show you what I mean about it, though, now. You see that? When I cast that third bestial sling just now, he rolled. I'm doing it again a few more times. Yeah, I'm not even facing the correct direction. I'm not facing the correct direction at all. And they're just doing it anyway. That's how you know. It really sucks. Yes, that is more or less the case. My window is... I get one window when he's already in an animation, and that's it. And it's true even of, like... Adan is a boss based on a player model. So it's got the typical player animations, but this is true even of, like, a normal-looking boss. Oh, that was bad. That was a counter hit animation. Gross. Yeah, drink your flask. Looks like having a spell with a longer animation than the roll also works. Sometimes. If it's a linear projectile, not really. I can also catch him in these deflect animations like this. Something not available to the base game. But I gotta be quick. Because animations are very cancelable in Elden Ring Reforged. There's a lot more landing and recovery lag with these jump attacks like this. Adan still does it, but these are easily punishable windows. In normal Elden Ring, they are much more difficult to punish, like in this game. Poison does work nice on this boss, thanks for noticing. I just have to not, gum it up with bad gameplay. Very bad gameplay. But yeah, poison does work. Poison works fantastic. Anytime you've got the ability to use poison, you should. Especially in Elden Ring Reforged, where in Elden Ring Reforged, you have poison not only deals damage, it also lowers status resistance by lowering the stats associated with those status resistances. So if I open up status and I view the explanation for, let's say, let's use a pertinent one, immunity. Your resistance to various poisons and rot. The higher the number, the lower your susceptibility. Governed by your attributes as well as defensive gear and additional effects. So, resistances work on a point, and statuses inflict a number of points either per second or per cast or per attack. In this case, my poison resistance or my immunity is the second lowest status resistance I have. So it takes 160 or 154 points. No, I'm sorry. That's not correct. I forget. Because here we have 154. I don't know if that... Let me try removing some gear and see what happens. Okay. So I'm butt naked for a second. Alright. So that number is the rating to the resistance, whereas the number on the right is the actual point value. So, if you see where it says 66 to the right of immunity, I need 66 points of poison inflicted on me in order for me to be poisoned. Bosses have a similar value or a similar number. Sometimes it's armor or gear dependent, like in the case of Adan. Sometimes it's a static amount. And poison lowers that rating number. It lowers your immunity, which lowers that right-hand number. And as that right-hand number drops, the number of points needed to inflict a status on that enemy also drops. That does not happen in Elden Ring Reforged. That is in an Elden Ring. That is a Reforged exclusive. It is awesome. If I were to recommend builds, I would easily recommend Warlock. It is a great build. It is a great class, a great fortune to use, where you're rewarded for these status effects, especially like poison. So poison mist is sort of a bread and butter. And then madness is like a close second. Okay, new strategy for player enemies like that. We poison them. And our reward for Adan is a very late game spell. Thank you. Thank you for the GGs. Really appreciate it. And then we get out of the average ale, and we don't even get that much root. How much does a poison last? That is a great question. I want to say base it's like 40 seconds. Or it might depend on the enemy. Hang on. And I'll get you the answer to that. Okay. Not 40 seconds. It's 100 seconds. It lasts 100 seconds. It lowers enemies' resistances to status effects for the duration. And multiple poison effects can be applied to one target at the same time. And it scales. So, by that... So let's say they stand in the cloud, and they've got... I don't know. Let's say... a poison resistance value of 80, right? And they stand in long enough to get a stack of poison. So it's 100 seconds of one stack of poison. And during that time, let's say their poison resistance drops, or their immunity drops to such that the right-hand number is like 75. That's probably not how the scaling works, but I'm trying to use simple math for this. The new stack only has to work against 75 poison resistance. Like that's the number. And then the second stack will apply. How many stacks are max? I don't know, and it doesn't say either. I'll look again, but nope, that is a spell. It'll be under the same page I had open earlier. I don't know, is the short answer. How much? Well, it kind of depends on the resistance. If I knew the exact poison buildup for Poison Mist in Elden Ring Reforged, I actually probably can look that up. Hang on. I can kind of math that against the timetable of the spell and how much you can expect to have them stand in it. Let's see. Poison Mist. Small amount of damage, slightly increased duration. I don't know. Let's look at the baseline duration for Poison Mist. I do not know how long it lasts. Sorry, I know people don't like that noise. Oh, this is a bad place to try to be looking this up. Awful. Alright, now that we're on the ground, let's try that again. At second verse, same as the versed. Versed? First. Okay. Most weapons, 7 per second, 90 seconds. Right. Let's see. Skills and spells. It won't tell me how long the Poison Mist spell lasts. Hang on. Ring, Poison, Mist, duration. Okay, lasts for 5 seconds. Baseline. So, it lasts a little longer. I'd say it's probably, the window for this is probably like 10 seconds. I could probably do actually a test on this. Do I have a timer available to me? fun question. Okay, let's test my hypothesis and see if 10 seconds is correct. I started this a tad bit early, and I would say the mist formed at the 7-second mark. I would say that's... Actually, why am I doing this? I have a timer right on OBS I can use. Hang on. I'm committed to the bit now. Round 43, 50-43 was when the cloud first started to form. I'd say around 16 seconds. Okay. So if we have 16 seconds, let's assume a poison buildup rate of, say... I don't know, maybe 15 per second? It's actually dealing damage a little bit more often than that. It's building it up a little bit more often than that. But I'm going to try to be conservative about this. If it builds 15 points per second, not accounting for resistance, and an enemy lasts or stands in there for the full 16 seconds, and their resistance is such that in the midst of standing in it, they have enough stacks to get at least 2 or 3. This is kind of the problem with this little thought experiment. There are far too many presumptions I'm having to make. What I'd really have to do is probably crack out the either the cheat engine or Yapt to tell you a real answer. But usually I'm able to get at least 2 to 4 stacks. This assumes that they're standing in it for about half the time, and that there isn't severe resistance. So if I try to build this up on, say... Let me find one where it's not a good rate that we've fought before. Let's see. Nope, they're vulnerable. It's the watchdog. They're immune. Okay. Flying Dragon Agil. That's the one we've fought so far. That is 360 points of poison resistance. That's their rating. They can be poison, but it takes a little longer. It would probably take me 2 or 3 casts of Poison Mist, assuming they stand in it for, I would say, 3/4 of the time, just to get a stack of poison on them. And dragons are not known for staying in one place in this game. But in terms of max, like actually answering your question, the real answer is, I don't know. I presume there's like a diminishing return, not on the number of stacks, because there isn't any, according to the changelog. It's more like, how many stacks can you maintain at one time? And I would say on most enemies, that's probably somewhere between 5 and 8. That's usually how many stacks I've seen show up on a target. It's between 5 and 8, which is a lot. That's 8 reductions of stat resistance. That's 8 times that they're taking poison damage a second. And poison damage does have a small basis of using HP to determine its damage value. It's not very much, but it is something, along with a flat value. So it does scale. But it also backwardly scales in Elden Ring Reforged, where weaker enemies take more damage And like the going rate on a boss is the usual rate, almost the usual rate it goes for in vanilla Elden Ring. I think I probably over explained it and under explained it at the same time. Really short answer is I'm not sure. Longer answer is I could probably deterministically give it to you, but I'd have to collect data, and that would take a while. Doable. Speaking of doable, I'm gonna have to play all of this off camera, because Rasby came in when I had to explain that, but during one of the times that the game was, or the mod was patched, I picked up a scroll, a spell scroll containing spells after it swapped positions. So I have a scroll with duplicate spells on it. And I can't give that scroll to the normal person that has it because they already have a copy of it. The other scroll, the one that was swapped, is nowhere to be found because I picked up the scroll at the swapped location. So we have two spells that we're not going to get to see now until I grind up the game, until I grind up the progress off camera, because of that specific patch. This was weeks ago. I just didn't think it would hit me in exactly this way. I didn't think it would hinder us in this way. So now I get to grind up about 2 regions worth of progress in order to avoid having issues. Let's see, it's 517. I would say this is not even 10% of Liurnia fully done yet. We should probably call it for the day, actually. We've got maybe 4 minutes, so I guess I can sort of use that time to, like, remind people what the plan is going to be. And I'm making sure that this is actually scrolling. Good, good. Okay, let's rest. And let's talk. So, next time on Elden Ring Reforged, we have more of Liurnia to explore. We have a lot more to explore. We had a prediction earlier today, and I'm now ready to unveil the all of 0% votes on it. But I would say we've maybe scratched not even 10%. I'd say 5% minimum. I probably should have specified these as ranges. But nobody spent points on this, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Next time, we're probably going to try to go back and explore the southern wedge of where we were. I'll have to grind up to that point. I've got 3 days to do it, so I'm hoping that I get that done on time. If I don't get the pilot file ground up to where I'm supposed to have it, we will play Blasphemous on Wednesday. I'm not gonna sit here and subject you guys to what is supposed to be off-screen grinding. That's not fair. That pretty much takes care of that. We have a lot of exploration we have to do. We don't really have any major places we're trying to go yet. We're taking in the sights of Liurnia, and we're trying to get used to, the new land as it's presented to us. I want to thank you guys so much. Why am I looking over there? Webcam's up here. I want to thank you guys so much for the support that I've received. Really appreciate it. If you guys like the content, I can't say that we've made great progress today, but if you do like the content, and you haven't done so already, please feel free to leave a follow, and turn that notification bell on. Lets me know that, you like the content, and it's worth it to keep doing. If you want to get in touch with me directly, best way to do that is through Twitter, through DMs or something. Or you can tweet at me. That also works. I also have a community Discord I'm part of. I would say I have two I'm part of at this point. One is the Elden Ring Reforged Discord. You can see me there, but I don't recommend commenting any place other than general. The other is the Obtenebration Network Community Discord, and other content creators besides me are there. So if you don't mind exposure to other content creators, and you don't mind community rules, I think, man, I'm really going to have to figure out the mode on this mic to use. As long as you're okay with community rules, you should be welcome. Just tell the people in charge I sent you, and we can get that squared away. If you guys like the content in the financial or want to support it in a financial manner, your financial support is never required, but it is always nice to have. I have links for all that stuff in the description, not in the description, in the About Me section. Feel free to play around with that stuff. I have several modes of support of sites to choose from. And feel free to ask me if you've got questions. More than happy to answer. Again, thank you guys so much. We're going to find someone to raid or host. We're going to figure out who that is. I get the feeling it's probably going to be Gino, or it's going to be another Elden Ring content creator. I just need to figure out who that exact person is. Yeah, I could probably give you guys a host. We're gonna go host Squillikilla. That's his name. He is a Canadian streamer. He's super relaxing. If you like chill streams where challenge runs are sort of the norm, you will like his content. I have the link for this. I have the text copy of this. Okay. Yeah, this is the name. Hopefully I'm saying it right. No, it's it's only got one capital letter. Here it is. That's this username. Again, Wednesday. If I don't get the file ground up in time, blasphemous it is. Sorry. But thank you guys so much. And with that, I suppose I'll turn it over. I'm CoinStamp180. I've been gabbing at you for far too long already. Stay safe out there, guys. It's a dangerous place, the world. No truer than year in 2022. And with that, I will see you guys on Wednesday, barring nothing major. And with that, take care, and bye-bye.